Attention in the barn. We're just waiting on the show officials back there to finish breaking the classes for the market class. Big show tomorrow. So we're running just a little bit late, but we should be cranking here in about 10 minutes or so. So just be patient. Appreciate it. Attention in the barn, we're about ready to get started with our breeding gilt show. The first class of gilts that'll be entering the ring will be your Berkshire breed. These gilts have been faired from July 8th to July 20th. All of these gilts are registered. The class winning or highest placing gilt in the class will receive a $100 bump check from the Seguin swine breeders also. Our judge tonight will be Clayton Schramm. He grew up in Sealy, Texas, where he showed multiple species while helping his family with their commercial cattle. This sparked his interest in show ring, which led him down the path of 4-H and FFA. He now raises both show pigs and purebred Brangus cattle at home. After high school, he went on to be on the very competitive judging teams at both Blinn and Texas A&M. He now continues to pursue his passion for livestock evaluation through judging shows all through the country, as well as the Calgary Stampede in Canada. Schramm currently owns and operates Schramm Livestock. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Schramm. First class of Berks, we have 7 entries. Again, these are faired from July 8th through July 20th. helping tonight pass out the ribbons and banners. We have Riley Wilkie. She is the Guadalupe County Fair Princess. Yeah, I got it right. Harley Melancon, Princess of the Comal County Sheriff's Posse. And Maisie Robles, Queen of the Best Western Dress Contest in Guadalupe County. I'm sorry. But anyway, these three ladies are helping us out, and we appreciate their help. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening. I want to start off by saying thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to come out for another year to sort through your breeding Gilt Show and work with your young people. We thought get things kicked off in the Berkshire Show. This first class, to me, the one that wins does so pretty quickly. And there is a lot of sort, a lot of different types and kinds on that lay second on down to seventh, and none of them are ideal. And depending on where you lay your priorities, I think you can align those in a lot of different ways. But if you don't agree with me on the one that needs to win, we just don't see eye to eye. I think regardless of how you study them, if you want to study them coming and going in terms of stoutness, width, rib, and muscularity, to me that one's top notch out here comparative to its contemporaries. Then from the side, she's square and she's correct in her skeleton and flexible, and then still proportions at a very high level as well. Now the gilt is going to come in second. She doesn't lay her muscle on the way that I like my breeding gilts to, and I'll be the first to admit. She's definitely living the life on edge in terms of just skeletal width. But I think of the hogs that remain, trying to find some quality pieces to tie into. That's a stout mate hog who's got the right length of body from the side, and she still has enough length of stride to consider her sound out here. She needs to be squared up in her elbow joint. We could smoothen her muscle up. There's no doubt about it. But I like the pieces of her the second most. Now the more maternal one, and if that's what you want to go after, we have a sounder, square, more maternal gilt here in third. This young lady's hog is very, very just smooth when you ask her to get out and go and correct it. She's just not stout enough for my liking. Watch her come at you. We need to square it up in her knee. We need to bust her open down low. Same thing for the hog that's going to come in next. And I keep those two hogs up there in third and fourth because of those type of maternal qualities. She is deep and soft in her body. She gives you that maternal look. She's just too general look ahead of her blade. She's too narrow coming at you and too just frail in terms of her bone work. The gilt is going to come in next. So the three hogs that remain, I appreciate the fact that her muscles laid on smoother, hits me more maternal, but structurally, she's a little too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. Consequently, when you ask her to drive, I think that's the reason she's working up there in the middle part of her spine. The two hogs that are going to round out this particular class, they just have too much, in my opinion, in the breeding Gilt Show. They're too wide, they're too out there, too bunchy in their muscle. We need to make them softer in their body. We need to correct them from a structural standpoint. But a good way to get things kicked off, go ahead and put your hands together and congratulate each one of those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our first class of Berkshire Breeding Guilds. Seventh place goes to Barrett Coleman of Navarro FFA. Sixth place goes to Lucy Siebert of Navarro FFA. Fifth place, Aubrey Hui of the Clemens FFA. Fourth place is Casey Lee Smith, Navarro FFA. Third place is Harley Frost, Navarro FFA. Second place is Gavin Bennett, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winning pig was shown by Braden Forts of the Marion FFA. Braden will also be receiving the $100 bump check. The breeder on his pig was MT Hart. Coming in the ring now will be our second class of Berks. These gilts were fared from July 23rd to July 26th. We have 6 entries.
quite a bit more depth, in my opinion, for our second class for our Berkshire show. The two hogs that are driving here in front of me, I come back to just quality pieces, presence, and I also think when you watch the hogs drive away from you, squareness from their hock joint to the surface, and how that allows this particular hog just to stay more parallel as they drive away from me is what separates the two. The young lady now furthest from me is going to be driving our class winner. I think that hog from the side's bigger in her kind. She's more elevated at the top of her blade and more extended there ahead of it. In return, I continue to gravitate to that one from the side. And then I wouldn't say her skeleton's any wider, but I do think she's still bigger featured and stouter there at the surface. I appreciate that about her. She's not perfect. She can maybe have her sweep back into her flank, just be that much deeper and softer, and then can hook the backside of her loin smoother there into the front side of her hip. But I do think those quality pieces of presence from the profile are things that are easy to gravitate to. Now, just the basic, just width, body shape, and depth. The young lady's hog here in second are things I'm always going to like and appreciate in hogs, regardless of whether we're in the market show or in the breeding show. But she concerns me and is living life on the edge just a little bit too much in terms of her squareness, going away from the side. The lower fronted hog just gets a bit more general there in her look. A stout to a wide main one comes there in third. Big skull, big in her form and blade. That hog's got the right set to her hind leg, and that allows her to get out and go with an extreme amount of comfort and flexibility. The smaller, lower performing gilt just gets flatter and harsher in her center body. I don't think she balances or proportions any better from the side than the two hogs that stand there ahead of her. A big basic broody one comes in fourth, and I wish this young man could get her slowed down and get her controlled, because I think you could call her the big basic broody one and really tie into her. But the more she fights, the harder I get on her look there from the side. She's too plain and general there ahead of her blade. I think she's probably pushing a little bit more condition than my liking. That's hurting her look. Also makes her just a bit plainer when you get on the top side of her skeleton. A smaller framed hog that's still sound and comfortable comes in next. She just got a little too much body in relation to her frame size for me. She's frail at the surface. She, too, could be just a bit better there from the side. We ran out this particular class with one that doesn't lack muscle. I just want to fix the build she lays it on. She's too straight off of both ends, and then she is the hardest and the harshest there through her center body. Congratulations to those six.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our second class of Burke breeding gilts. Sixth place goes to Copeland Hall. Fifth place is Kylie Leggett, Steel FFA. Fourth place is Noah Richter, Steel FFA. Third place is Gabriella Reising, Steel FFA. Second place, Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. And our class winner was Justine Cabrubius, Navarro FFA. We'll now be judging for our champion Burke breeding gilt.
When you bring these two class winners, I do think it's going to come down between these two for champion and reserve. Nothing to take away from the seconds back in the pins, but I think these two easily sort to the top in no particular order. There's one out here that I think's advantages are in its length of stride. I think this hog is just a bit more comfortable in how it uses its rear skeleton. I think a big scaled hog who's elevated and extended, and like I talked in class, it allows me to gravitate that one from the side. But we get out here amongst these two hogs, and I can get even nitpickier on that, how that one just blends its top line together, how it blends the back side of its loin to the front side of its hip. I don't think that maybe just allows that hog to proportion the way show pigs are supposed to, maybe quite as well there from the side. Then coming at you, comparatively, I don't know if this one's just opened up to the lower part of its cavity or through the base of its chest. And the whole other hole that comes out, that one has all those advantages in terms of width down low. I think from the side, the hole that's more modern in its length of body does proportion better in that regard. And then although I would say that the other hog is longer stepping and looser, this one's still square, correct in its angles, and I think puts together and combines the most quality pieces. Young man there out of our first class is going to be our champion Berkshire. Congratulations to him. Young lady out of class 2 will be reserved.
Congratulations to Braden Fords for champion Burke Breeding Gilt. Will now be shown for reserve. My apologies. The reserve champion will be Justine Covarrubias of Navarro FFA. She will have the reserve champion pig. Coming in the ring next, we'll have our Chester White breed coming in. These gilts were faired from June 29th to July 14th. We have 4 entries.
a lot of differences amongst these four chesters, and I think that offers some challenge, or at least does for me, because there's obviously the two hogs that remain a drastic difference in size. I think there's a drastic difference in the maturity and what and where they're at in that regard. But I think just taking a step back again and fundamentally breaking them down from the surface up in terms of genuine skeletal width, and then back off of them and study just comfortability from a skeletal aspect. To me, the best hog, or the best hog that combines that in the best way, is going to be young lady's big gilt there to the left. That will be our class champion. Now, there's no arguing of the hogs that are out here. If you study them coming at you, that one is genuinely the widest in the base of her chest. I can confidently say because of that the shape and turn to her forerib and her center body and the dimension she has up high is real. She leaves me with the same kind of width through her stifle, and then it's still square and comfortable to the ground. And as you ask the hogs to drive of the two that remain, her blade angle reads better. She hinges looser there out of her hip and stays more correct in the set to her hind leg. Those are the advantages I see in her and why she becomes the class winner. She's not perfect. We can lean her up. We can make her better ahead of her blade, and I think it becomes easier to use her. And the challenge comes in the fact that we do have one in second that is better in those areas. And I like the immaturity of the hog in second. I don't care about size. The day that somebody can figure out how to make the pork industry pay me enough money by the pound, I'll worry more about that. Today, that's not the case. I like pieces about this one. She's elevated. She is the best out of her blade. She's got neat pieces from the side, and I want to tie into that one and say that's the good built little one that has a bunch of quality from the side, but she doesn't finish it. To me, she's still too straight there in her blade. She wants to plant straight in her hind leg, and then she doesn't have advantages in width and power to our class winner. The hole that's going to come in third from the outside, she might look like she most closely resembles our class winner because she is extremely big and dimensional through her center body and deep and soft in her flank. She's a hole that's got spread up high, but my concern is when you watch her come and go, she does nothing but funnel and get narrow to her base, coming at you and going away. Then from the side, the lower fronted hog is plainer and more general there ahead of her blade. We round out this group with a basic, a broody one that's got plenty of body and width. She's just the most jammed up there from the side. She's the plainest and just the most general in her look when you back off of them, but still fundamentally a good hog there to land in fourth.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our first class of Chester White breeding gilts. Fourth place goes to Megan Steel FFA. Third place goes to Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Emma Smith, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. Congratulations, and you will also win the $100 gift card, the $100 bump check, I should say. And the breeder was MT Hart. Our second class of Chester White breeding gilts is coming in the ring as we speak. These gilts were faired from July 22nd to August 2nd. We have 6 head entered.
If you couldn't tell, this group of hogs, it's challenging me, and it's because there's a lot of quality. We even have quality pieces all the way down the line and out there, things in terms of stoutness and muscularity. And I can tell you just me personally, I like stoutness, I like width, I like muscle. And if you ask me that, I would say I gravitate to those hogs more than others. But I also think in a breeding gilt show, we have to have a line somewhere of how we're going to build them and make sure that we remind ourselves that, in my opinion, the highest priority when it comes to breeding hogs is functionality. And I think structurally we have a lot of things that we need to fix and change amongst these group of hogs. And the hogs that are in first and second, simply put, are the ones that we have out here. They're the soundest, they're the best structured, and that's why they stay to the top. The young lady here to the right that ends up driving our class winner of the grouping of pigs out here, she is the most correct. And not only her structure, but also designing in a way that is attractive and reads with quality there from the side. She's good in her blade angle. She hinges loose there out of her hip and her hind leg. She's not the stoutest out here. She's not built the widest, but I made the call that there's enough because I could tie into things that I'm comfortable in tying into from a structural and a look standpoint that she does have. Now, the gilt that's going to come in second, if you asked me right out of the gate, did I think that one was going to work up in second? I'd probably say no, because the things that need to be better about her aren't maybe just the flashiest out here. She needs to be better ahead of her blade. She could be stouter in the sides to her rear leg. But again, when I come back to the basics of functionality of the hogs that remain, she's the only one that is correct enough in her blade angle, correct enough in the way that her hip and hind leg is constructed. So when you ask the hogs to continue to drive, that she can remain flexible, that she can remain comfortable there at the surface. We need to make her better looking and stouter if I'm going to switch that top pair. The gilt that's going to come in third, the longer I ask him to drive, it doesn't help her. So I personally apologize for that. But the reality of it is, the reason that she gets tighter as the hogs drive is because skeletally she needs to be better. She is pushed entirely too straight there and to push too forward in her blade. She's not good in how she attaches her neck into it. There's no arguing to the top three. She's bigger in her back legs. She's stouter. She's built wider at the surface. But structurally, I have to make her better. And I'm going to sound like a broken record for the next two hogs that we have to talk, because it's the same thing for the young lady's gilt that comes in next. You get on top of that hog, she is beautiful in the width and shape. From her blade back to the edges of her loin, she's got plenty of power going directly away from you. She's big in her rear leg, but she's up on her back toes. She's too straight and tight off of both ends of her skeleton. We got to fix her there at the surface. Same thing for the hog that's going to come in next. Out of the gate, I was gravitating to that hog, and I like that one's look ahead of her blade. I think her hip and hind leg still has some good things about it. The question was her front skeleton going to work good enough? And you ask the hogs to continue to drive. In my opinion, it doesn't. She's way too straight in her blade and knee. We ran out to class with a hog that's got some depth and softness, just too frail to surface. She, too, could be better off of both ends from a structural standpoint.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our second class of Chester breeding gilts. Sixth place is Harley Frost, Navarro FFA. Fifth place is Briley Clufus, Marion FFA. Fourth place is Cody Kelso, New Berlin 4-H. Third place, Haley Kaiser of Marion FFA. Second place, Briley Clufus, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. We will now be judging for our champion Chester breeding gilt. The recipient of the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be Holly Kaiser. Her pig was bred by Doug Allerson Farms.
The similarities of these two class winners is I can comfortably say that those hogs are built functional. They're built sound and correct in how you use your skeleton. Of these two, there's one that is better looking. There's one that's more elevated and extended, and then there's one that's got more power. I mentioned earlier that I am a power guy. I like hogs stout and wide. So you take a step back, and I evaluate these two of the two good built hogs that are sound and comfortable. I'm going to go back to my kind and use the one that's got more width and has more substance. That's the young lady there, the first class. She'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H, champion Chester Breeding Gilt. We're now showing for our reserve.
You bring second behind that champion, and I still like her neat pieces that I discussed within class as far as just her presence up front and the way she designs from the side. But comparative to our other class winner, that one has those same things. This is elevated, just as extended. Her blade angle and utilization to her hind leg is better. The other class winner will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion goes to Holly Kaiser of the Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. Coming in the arena right now, we have our first class of Duroc breeding gilts. These gilts were faired from June 16th to July 1st. We have 9 entries in this first class.
I think we turned up the heat just a bit here in our Duroc, so the quality that we have to the top end has definitely hit me the hardest of the breeds we've had this far. Of the two hogs that are out here still driving for first and second, it's going to be looseness and just correctness of skeleton there from the profile. There's one of these hogs that I think is just built better in its angles in return. That's why the hog's got that extra level of comfort. Young lady here to the left is going to be our class winner. Congratulations to her. That hog's big featured and so loose and correct there at the surface. From the side, she's not the big extended one, but I think her length of body, her extension ahead of her blade, all that still reads together with a very balanced, proportional, high-quality show pig look. I challenge you to get on top of the hole that's in second because she's impressive. That one is ginormous at the top side of her blade, all the way back to the edges of her loin. And from the side, she's still proportions, but comparative to our class winner as the drive wears on, because she's straighter in the angle of her blade, she gets tighter, more rigid in movement. The hole that's in third, she's got a lot of good. There's that hog hit me very hard right out of the gate, even with her head down. She's a great combination of stoutness. She's a great combination of still reading right in her angles. The reality of it is she's got to get out and drive, so I can comfortably say that one skeleton is as good as it looks. It can work up there in the top two. In fourth, we have a hole that's deep and soft in her body. Hits you maternal there from the profile. She's too frail in the sides to her rear leg. When she drives directly away from you, she wants the funnel to her base. I want to give her more stoutness and power and width all the way to the ground. Same thing for the hole that's going to come in next. From the side, so comfortable, so sound, deep and soft in her body. I think she's got too much on her from a condition standpoint. It makes me question how much is real. She, too, could just be stouter at the surface and stouter in her skull and jaw. We ran out this grouping of hogs with one that's big in her kind and extended. She wants to twist and turn in there out of her rear, too. She wants to funnel and be more concave to the lower part of her body. I wish we could just deepen, soften her back into her flank.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our first class of breeding gilts, Duroc breeding gilts. Ninth place goes to Cheyenne Coleman, Navarro FFA. Eighth place goes to Apple Ibarra, Steel FFA. Seventh place goes to Geneva Toscano, Clemens FFA. Sixth place goes to Cage Hereford, Clemens 4H. Fifth place goes to Emily Pompa, Clemens FFA. Fourth place goes to Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4H. Third place, Maddie Womack, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. And our class-winning pig goes to Elena Pena, Steel FFA. She will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. Her pig was bred by Frank Koviak, St. Hedwig Feeds. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now is our second class of Duroc gilts. These gilts have been faired from July 3rd to July 15th. We have 9 entries. Want to make mention again about our young ladies that are helping us here in the ring tonight, pass out ribbons and banners. We have with us tonight Riley Wilkie. She's the Guadalupe County Fair Queen's Princess. We also have Carly Melancon. She's the princess of the Comal County Sheriff's Posse. And Maisie Robles, Queen of the Best Western Dress Contest for Guadalupe County Fair. Thank you, ladies, for all your help. In case you weren't here when we first started, I just want to reintroduce our judge tonight. Our judge's name is Clayton Schramm. He grew up in Sealy, Texas, where he showed multiple species while helping his family with their commercial cattle. This sparked his interest in show ring, which has led him down the path of 4-H and FFA. He now raises both show pigs and purebred Brangus cattle. After high school, he went on to be a very competitive judging team. He was on some very competitive judging teams at both Blinn College and Texas A&M. He now continues to pursue his passion for livestock evaluation through judging shows all throughout the country. He's judged at the Calgary Stampede in Canada. Schramm also currently owns and operates Schramm Livestock. Thank you.
First thing I want to say before we talk about the pigs, for Remainder of the Hog Show, for all the exhibitors, I think it'll be a more enjoyable show, both for y'all and for myself, and even the guys out here helping. Don't be afraid to use this side of the ring. The Hogs know where they came from. If we keep them over there, they're going to keep wanting to go back. So if we could, regardless of where I'm standing, because I'm going to start over there as the Hogs come out. When the Hogs come in the ring, bring them over here, and I think the Hogs will maybe cooperate and drive just a bit better. We start this class off with the young man's Hog here to my right. As the drive wears on, her skeleton allows her to stay more comfortable, allows her to get out and go and just grab the shavings and plant and push with more comfort. We can neaten her ahead of her blade, but I think she still has width, rib, and muscle. Combine that with the skeletal quality she has, and that's why I use her to win. The Hog that's going to come in second, furthest from me, that's a big broody one that's opened up and big rib. From the side, I can get more nitpicky on that one's hip and hind leg construction. We need to pick her tail up. We need to make her get out and go and just grab another gear and be that much more comfortable. Young man in third. That Hog doesn't sacrifice width at all. That one's big-chested, great and round in the shape to her body and her power up high. She's a little bit more fragile at the surface in relation to the power she has up high. Another one of those that the drive wears on. She gets maybe just a bit tighter off of both ends of her skeleton. Another Hog, width and power, not an issue. And the Hog in fourth. That one's got a whole bunch to her. I just think puts it around her package from the side. She's just a bit plainer. I'm in next. Young man's Hog came out, was taking a long step and is comfortable. She maybe doesn't have the same width underneath from the side. But she maybe just a bit piecier in how she blends things together. A lower fronting Hog who wants to work up there in her spine. We run out this particular group with a Hog that's big scaled, extended, latent maturity pattern. She's more fragile at the surface, coming and going. She wants to funnel to her base.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in our second class of Duroc breeding gilts. Ninth place goes to Ronald Cherry, Clemens FFA. Eighth place goes to Orion Johnson, Marion FFA. Seventh place goes to Kaylee Barbie, Marion FFA. Sixth place goes to Luke Vogel, Navarro FFA. Fifth place goes to Grant Barbie, Marion FFA. Fourth place goes to Gavin Bennett, New Berlin 4-H. Third place goes to Cade Herford, Clemens 4-H. Second place goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Hayden Pompa of the Clemens FFA. Hayden will also receive the $100 bump check from the Seguin Swine Breeders. The breeder on his hog was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. We now bring in our third class of Durocs. These gilts were fed from July the 17th through July the 26th. There will be 11 entries in this class. I've been asked to announce the Knights of Columbus have the concession stand that's right next door. They'll be closing for the evening at 7:30. They'll take orders up until 7:30, I think. Burgers, hot dogs, nachos, Frito pies is on the menu. The concession stand will reopen for breakfast at 7 in the morning for the market show that we'll have starting at 8:30. So just FYI on the startup of the market show. Nothing's changed there as far as weather conditions, so we'll be starting at our normal 8:30 time frame.
The two hogs out here driving. There's one that's maybe just a bit bigger featured and certainly hairier. And then there's another one that I think is the higher volume, broodier gilt, that if you just take a step back in a very relaxed way, watch the hogs drive. It looks like it's just so easy for her to get her head up and be still so comfortable at the ground. The young lady there in the black vest is going to be our class champion. Congratulations to her. Comparative to our class, or the hog that's going to come in second, I prefer that that hog is deeper and softer back into her flank. I think she stays squarer and truer in how she uses her rear skeleton comparative to the hog in second. Now, the one in second's got good pieces. She's bigger skulled. She's bigger bladed. She does have the extras in terms of hair, which helps her density when you're on the top side of her skeleton. She's just flatter and more concave there to the lower part of her cage. I don't think it allows her to look maybe as maternal as what our class winner does. A basic one comes in third. That's sound and comfortable. Maybe just not as stout, and the hog gets second, or not as broody and big-ribbed as our class winner. There in fourth, that hog's big-scaled and extended, coming out there early in the class. She read plenty good in her structure, but we let her come out here and drive too hard, and she starts to show that she's too straight in her blade and it's not sound enough off of both ends. A deep, soft one's going to come in fifth, just to the center part of her body. She's maybe just a bit smaller in her frame size, straight in her blade and plainer ahead of it. And then in sixth, there's one that doesn't lack stoutness, big skulled, big in her arm, big in her size of her rear leg. Just a shorter hipped hog who's just a bit bunchier in her muscle. Just doesn't read as smooth and maternal there from the profile.
Good job.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our third class of Duroc breeding gilts. 11th place is Maddie Underwood, Marion 4-H. 10th place, Caleb Kurlick, Clemens FFA. 9th place is Armando Gonzalez, New Berlin 4-H. 8th place is Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. 7th place is John McCormick, Navarro 4-H. 6th place is Case Kelso, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place will be Wimberly Dunham, Navarro FFA. 4th place is Kason Klufus, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Cody Kelso, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Emily Chambers of the Marion FFA. Our Skiing Swine Breeders bump check will be going to Cody Kelso with her second place Duroc. The pig is bred by the Kelso Genetics family. Congratulations. Entering the ring now will be our fourth and last class of Duroc gilts. These gilts were faired from August 1st to August 12th. We have 6 entries.
To my right, our class winner, what I believe is our last class of our Durocs, and that one just overwhelms her contemporaries in terms of width, in terms of just body shape and just bulkiness to her forerib and her center body. And I think that hog still remains just comfortable enough to be the class winner. I think she could be pushed back in her blade just a bit, but there isn't a hog that can just even get close to resembling just her extra width, stoutness, and power in this grouping and ultimately quality. The hog that's going to come in second, I think there's a lot of similarities between second and third. Measurable things that I think are just a hair bigger. Is the size to her rear leg, I think that hog stays just a bit cleaner there ahead of it. Sound, very comfortable, just not as stout and burly as what our class winner is. The hog in third, very just basic and maternal and sound structured. Wants to funnel to her base, get plainer in her shape up high, get plainer in her look there ahead of her blade. Young lady that's going to go ahead and come in fifth, that hog, or fourth, excuse me. That hog's got shape up high. I think coming at you, she needs to be squared up in her knee. I think she could be loosened up just a bit in how she uses her rear skeleton. Shape doesn't lack, and the young lady that's going to run out of this particular group's Gilt. She's got an expressive turn from blade to hip, a hole that's obviously fast. That tells you she's sound. She's just way too closed up down low, too flat, and just harsh in her body type.
Thank you, Judge. Our last class of Durocs have just been judged. Placings are as goes. Placing five is Addison Waxter, Navarro 4H. Placing fourth is Riley Green, Navarro 4H, excuse me. Third place will be Faith Paula Castillo, and that's Navarro FFA. Second place will be Jacob Brownie, Navarro FFA. And first place will be Cody Kelso, De Berlin 4H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bump check will be given to our second place pig, Jacob Brownie. And the breeder was Ryan Coulterman. We're now judging for our champion Duroc Breeding Guild.
To run back through them here real quick, the young lady that wins the last class we just talked, that one's got stoutness, width, and power. Comparative to other class winners, does she get out and go just quite good enough? Is she loose enough and sound enough? To me, I don't think she is, comparative to the other hogs. Young lady now going behind her there in the black vest. That hog's just basic and complete, and there's a lot of good in that, and I appreciate that in her. I just ask myself, is she maybe unique enough in any way comparative to some of the other ones out here? Is she good enough in her knee coming at you? Is she stout and burly enough in the size there to her rear leg? Young man now coming here in front of me. That hog's so sound, so comfortable and balanced there from the side. Although I call her balanced, we could clean her up to the lower third, right below her jaw. And I think coming at you, comparative to some other ones, she just doesn't overwhelm you in terms of skeletal width, especially the one that we still have left to discuss. The young lady that won the first class, that one's as stout and powerful as you can ask her to be, opened up and big ribbed, and she can come out here and still motor the way that she does. That's a good combination of power and function. That one's my favorite. That'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Elena Pena, Steel FFA, Champion Duroc Breeding Guild. We're now judging for our reserve.
You bring second behind that champion, like I discussed in class. If you want to see how they should look on the top side of their skeleton in terms of width and power, she's a great example of it. Is her blade angle quite good enough? I don't think it is. And even to have that mass up high, we could probably match it down low with a bigger foot and a bigger rear leg. Of the three class winners that remain, we got that stout one that's not quite sound enough there to the right. We got a good basic one of the young lady there in the black vest, and then we have a real good structured one that's still balanced or proportion. I think the way that one skeleton's put together and the way it works, to me, is the second highest quality that young man will be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Duroc Breeding Gilt goes to Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. Congratulations. I have a man's wallet that has been turned into me up here at the desk. It was lost somewhere around the concession stand area. If you're missing your wallet, check your pocket. I've got it up here, so let me know. Thank you. We'll be next judging our Hampshire. We have a single entry. The gilt was faired on July the 1st. Again, we have a single entry hemp breeding gilt. Also, if you're hungry or need something to warm you up, the concession stand will take orders till 7:30, and then they're going to shut down after that. So you got about 10 more minutes over there if you need anything from the concession stand. Thank you.
Single entry, Hampshire can't mess this one up. Congratulations to this young lady. I wish we had some competition out here because as a Hampshire, I still appreciate her squareness of skeleton. I appreciate her mobility there from the side. She's got some look ahead of her blade and still muscle shape up high. We'll see how she stacks up against the other champions later on.
Our champion Hampshire breeding gilt goes to Layla Franklin, Seguin FFA. Congratulations. Our next class will be the Hereford breed. We have 2 entries. Both are faired August 13th.
Of our 2 Herefords, I think just basic function and structural correctness and looseness. And when you ask the hogs to drive, is the difference maker for me between these two. The young lady to the right going to be our champion Hereford. That one's just a bit better in her blade angle. I think she's looser in just the joint work and how she uses her hind leg. She could be neater ahead of her blade. We have one, I think, here in reserve that is just a bit better in that area, but I like her structural correctness. She's still soft and maternal through her center body. The gilt that's going to come in second, just a bit more up-headed, probably a little bit more shapely when you get on top of her. She's straighter in the angulation of her blade. I think she's more permanent and set to her hind legs. When you ask dogs to drive, each step is quicker and tighter. I just want to loosen her up.
Congratulations to Abigail Pollock. She owned both of the pigs that were in the ring this time. She will get a Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. The breeder of her pigs was Bubba Eckert. Abigail is a member of the Navarro FFA. Congratulations. The next class coming in will be the land race. We have 3 entries. They were faired from July 6th to July 19th. Your land race class.
Another breed where we just have 2. We have 2 landrace gilts out here driving that are very, very different. And I think for the landrace breed, both read with a high or extreme amount of quality, but for different reasons. Of these 2, there's one that I would say is probably just a bit better, specifically in how she uses her hip and hind leg. It's looser and it's more attractive. And then there's one that I think is very different and unique for the breed in terms of stoutness of skull, forearm, and blade, and size to a rear leg. I think those unique pieces are harder to make and harder to do. That's the one I'm going to use. The young man's gilt to my right will be our champion. Congratulations to him. That gilt's not perfect. I want to pick her tail up just a bit. I think she could push her hock behind that tail just a bit more to make her utilization of her hind leg that much more attractive, but I still call her square and functional, and I think that stoutness is the most unique. The gilt that's going to be reserved, just fundamentally very functional, very maternal, deep body, and sound made. Coming at you, she's frail in her skull, narrow in her chest. She's frail in the size to her rear leg. That's that lack of stoutness comparative to our champion becomes a difference maker for me between those 2.
Results in our landrace breeding gilt class. Second place goes to Weston Warrendale, Navarro FFA. First place goes to Noah Richter, Steel FFA. The next class coming into the arena will be the Poland breed. We have 2 entries. Poland China Hog. Listen up in the barn. We have someone out there with a white Hyundai car, license plates LDH3834. Could you please move your vehicle so this gentleman can get out of here? He needs to go home, get ready for the morning. So again, a Hyundai, white Hyundai. Can't tell the year model, but it's a white Hyundai car. LDH3834 is the license plate, Texas license plates. Thank you.
Young man's going to be driving our class winner from the side of that Hulk, shorter bodied and stronger in her top line, and how she blends things together. That hits me with just more proportionality. She's square, she's sound and comfortable. I think that's the good built, high quality Hulk there from the side. The Gilt that's going to come in second, going directly away from you. She's maybe just a bit stouter out of her hip, shapely over the top of her skeleton with more width from stifle to stifle. But the harder, shallower body Gilt just gets rougher in her top line. She is longer body, which makes it harder for her to balance. Just not enough overwhelming stoutness to overcome her disadvantages there from the profile.
Placings in our polling class. Second place goes to Alea Gonzalez, New Berlin 4-H. First place goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. They will also be respectfully our champion and reserve champion breed. Excuse me, I'm sorry, we have another polling class of 2. Our Seguin swine breeder's bump check will be going to Alea Gonzalez. The breeder of her pig was Kelso Genetics. Attention barn, we still have this wallet that was found by the concession stand. It's a man's wallet. It's if you can identify his wallet, we'll give it to you. It does have some cash in it, but no identification that we can see. So if you're missing your wallet, come up to the concession stand. No, John, it's not yours.
To me, not just a long list of differences between the 2 Gilts and our second class of Poland's. 2 that I think are very similar in their stoutness. I think 2 hogs that are very similar in their skeletal width. To me, back off from the side of them, there's one that's longer striding and stays more relaxed and level there in their top line. That's the young man to the right. He'll be our class champion. Congratulations to him. The gilt that's going to come in seconds, maybe just a bit deeper and softer back into her flank, but she wants to work up in her spine. She still wants to funnel to her base and not that much stouter in any area comparative to our class winner.
Congratulations. Our placings in the second class of Poland's. Mason Richter, Steel FFA, was second. First place was Kason Klufus, Marion FFA. Kason will also receive the $100 bump check from the Seguin Swine Breeders. His pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. We will now judge for our champion, Poland.
To me, pretty quick and self-explanatory between the two class champions. There's one out here that I think of the two hogs I'd consider stout is still built in a way that makes her much more attractive and I do think has an advantage in width and just rib shape and total volume. Young man out of the first class is going to be our champion, Poland. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Braden Forts, Clemens, Marion FFA, That'll be your champion. We're now judging for reserve.
You bring second behind the champion, and like we discussed in class, she could blend things through her top line just a bit better, but I don't think her other class winner is just the epitome of a perfect build, a perfect looking there for the side. So as I move on and try to find more differences, I think the difference becomes there's one out here that's just a bit stouter, just a bit more muscular, and has more width and power when she's going directly away from you. I'll keep those two out of the first class together. Young lady in front of me will be reserve.
Reserve will go to Alea Gonzalez, New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. Okay, we're ready to start our next class, which will be the Spotted Poland Chinas. We have 7 entries. These gilts were fared from June 24th to July 10th.
Hog driving there now in the middle of the ring, wins this class of spots, and for me does it pretty handily. Just a combination of things of that hog to be one that out here arguably is as wide as any, bold as any, and muscular as any, but then you can still back off of the side of her. She's sound, comfortable, and good looking. I like those things put together. The hog that's going to come in second, she's the biggest featured of the hogs out here, even more so than what our class winner is. Big skull, big form and blade, big topped and thick ended. I just seen a fix her from a structural standpoint by lengthening her out of her hip, setting her blade back on her body till I heard a plant and push with more comfort. The hog in third is very one-dimensional because from the side I like her. She's sound and loose and big-legged. I think a hog that's up fronted and very good in her look ahead of her blade. I just think that you get right in behind that hog, there's not enough in the seat of her pants. She gets too plain there out of her hip and all the way down to the lower part of her ham. The hog that's going to come in next is one of those that from the sides, big and extended. Young lady gets that one heads up driving. Still has chest width, but that hog gets too flat in her body, too piecey from her blade back there from the side. Gets stoutened up in her rear leg. We had a real stout, powerful one that went out of the ring. Has got a lot of width and stoutness to her, just too straight in her blade. We need to fix her structurally. Then we ran out this class with another one that's big topped and thick ended, just round in the way she's put together, consequently plainer in her look.
Placings in our first class of Poland China, spotted Poland China, excuse me. Sixth place was Stevie McFarland, Steel FFA. Fifth place went to Tate Green, New Berlin 4-H. Fourth place went to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. Third place went to Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. Second place went to Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. And our class winner was showed by Chase Collin of Marion FFA. Chase will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. The breeder on his pig was Corcoran Genetics. Congratulations. Our second class, Spotted Poland China, are entering the ring now. These gilts were faired from July the 14th through July the 26th. We have 5 entries.
It's just the more maternal, ladylike type of gilt there to the right that's going to end up being our class winner. I think one that's more refined in a good way. And then from the side, she's big in her kind, tall at the top of her shoulder, and in return, just more feminine and attractive in her look. And I think has a big advantage when you watch the hogs drive directly away from you in terms of squareness all the way to the surface. The hole that's in second, if you're sitting ringside right now, I think it's easy to see where that one's good. That one is stout. Big skull, huge blade, very, very big in the size to her rear leg. Skeletally, though, we got to fix her by pushing her blade back, squaring up, going away, making her looser there at her hip and hind leg. The gilt that's going to come in third is better in that regard. She is very correct and sound on the move. I just think a gilt that from the sides, lower fronted, playing her ahead of her blade. She's got some mange there on her back legs that doesn't help her look or presence there from the side. Here in fourth is a gilt that's good in her body shape, good in her power up high, a little rounder in the way that she's put together. Also one that's maybe gets a little bit more general there ahead of her blade. Then we round out this particular class with a gilt that's got some shape over the top side of her skeleton. Too fragile at the surface. In terms of her bone work, I think a hole that too could just be better looking there from the profile.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our second class of spotted Poland China gilts. Fifth place goes to Brent McCullis, Steel FFA. Fourth place goes to J. Lee Williams, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Madison West, Steel FFA. Second place goes to Randallin Waxter, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Justin Bronny, Navarro FFA. Justin will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bump check. And the breeder of his pig was Ryan Coulterman. We will now judge our third class of spotted Poland Chinas. We have 4 entries. They were faired from July the 28th to August the 5th.
Young man here closest to me is going to be our class winner. I think comparative to the other gilt that's going to stand in second, that one's still taller at the top of her blade in relation to where she is at her hip. And then I think comparatively in terms of stoutness, width, and muscularity, I give that one the nod as well. I prefer those two things combined together. The gilt that's going to come in second is basic. She's square and she's sound. Like I said, though, she's not as stout as our class winner. She's a lower fronted hole that wants to run downhill. The hole that's going to come in third is the young lady's gilt there in the pin. That one's got some stoutness and muscularity, just a little round in the way that she's put together, a little straighter off of both ends. And the hole that's going to come in fourth, that hog's got a lot of width, power, and substance to her, just too outside of herself going away, too plain in her look there from the side.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in the third class of Spotted Pole and China Gilts. Fourth place goes to Bryson Green, Navarro 4-H. Third place is Kinsey Kennedy, Steel FFA. Second place goes to Lily Zimmer, Navarro FFA. And our class winning gilt belongs to Kylo Reinert, New Berlin 4-H. Kylo will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeder bump check. The breeder on his pig again is Ryan Colderman. Congratulations to all. We will now judge for our champion spot.
Bring these three class winners back out. The young man's hog that wins the last class. That's a powerful one that's still functional compared to the other ones out here. She definitely gets the most general and the plainest in her look. I wish I could neaten her up. The young man that wins the second class, big scaled extended, was definitely square and true in her skeleton than the hog that was second behind her. I just don't know if maybe she's elite enough still, though, comparative to the hog we have remain in terms of her look and in terms of her looseness of skeleton, although we talked in class about her squareness. The young man's hog that comes out of the first class, that hog's and obviously doesn't have the best attitude, but if you want to talk about the best combination of wit, stoutness, with a good look and a good build, there's no question in my mind that hog does that. She'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Our champion spot belongs to Chase Cologne with the Marion FFA. We'll now judge for our reserve.
You bring second behind our champion, and that one's just stoutness is so out there. That's what we talked about in the class. And I think from the side, her length of body and proportionality still fits together very, very good. Where does she need to be better? We could fix her in the angle of her blade and make her bigger and better in the back, or how she sets her back foot to the surface. I think quality pieces and that hog's combination of stoutness and proportionality still hits me the second hardest. I'll keep those two together. She'll be reserve.
Our reserve goes to Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. Congratulations.
I was paying attention over here instead of paying attention over here. Yeah, but you're right.
Coming in the ring now will be our first class of Yorkshire breeding gilts. These gilts were faired from June 19th through July the 7th. We have 5 entries. Yorkshire breeding gilts. Just a reminder too, I've been asked to announce that the Market Hog Show will be at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So we'll see everybody back up here at 8:30 in the morning.
two very high quality Yorkshire females that kick off this particular breed, and I don't think they're very similar, and that's okay. But of the differences, it becomes a combination of things, and I'll tell you that if I had to pick, there might be one that's just a little bit stouter in one area. I think viewpoints say one's maybe bigger chested, but the other one maybe leaves you with a little bit more in the seat of their pants. All that being said, I think the differences in stoutness, width, and genuine rib shape and spread up high is very similar. The biggest difference is from the side. There's no arguing that there is one that's taller at the top of her shoulder. There's no arguing that one. There's one that's cleaner and more extended ahead of it. So, obviously from the profile, it's going to give you a better and more attractive look, and that's going to be the young lady here right in front of me. That'll be our class winner. Congratulations to her. She's not perfect. I think her step could be that much longer, that much looser and more correct, but I think she's still square. I never question if she's functional. I'm just getting critical. Now, the Gilt that's going to come in second. From the outside, she definitely does appear a higher volume. Then I think she leaves you, and I think that hog maybe just has a little bit more turn to the lower part of her ham. I think you get up on them, though, there isn't just a huge difference in spread over the top of their skeleton. Back to him from the side. That hog's lower fronted. It's got more head of her blade, so it makes her plainer there in her look. The hog that's going to come in third matches just the known Yorkshire deals in terms of squareness, in terms of flexibility, functionality, and extra body. She just gets the cressy at the top of her neck. As the drive wears on, she gets too tight off of both ends of her skeleton and around her. They're out of her hip. But the hog, from just a maturity standpoint, that's going to come in fourth is very different. Compared to the other hogs out here, she is the most immature. She's the shapeliest of the top of her skeleton. She's definitely the leanest, but it also becomes a disadvantage now comparative to the three ahead of her because she's the flattest and harshest there in her center body. We round out the class with this Gilt in fifth. It's still sound and good body. She pulls in her hog from behind. She is the plainest and the most general there from the side.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in our first class at York Gilts. Fifth place is Rendlin Wagster, Navarro FFA. Fourth place is Cage Herforth, Clemens 4H. Third place is Isabella Hartman, Navarro FFA. Second place is Ava Harbath, Marion FFA. And first place, Ava Harbath, Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeder bump check goes to Cage Herforth with his fourth place pig. Breeder was Real Hog Farms. Congratulations to all. We now are coming in with our second class of York breeding gilts, for July the 15th through August 1st. We have 4 entries.
Functionality, squareness, and flexibility is the advantages to the young man there in the blue to my left, and that's going to make that Gilt our class winner. And then she's still opened up and good bodied and high volume. She, I think, kind of wins this class for me pretty quickly. The Gilt in second is going to be the young man there in the other blue shirt, and she's got good pieces, a stoutness there in her rear leg. But I promise you, hogs look better if we get them moving, and she's too out here slow. It makes me question, is her skeleton built good enough, loose enough, and in return functional enough? The young man wearing the black vest is going to be third. That hog's big scaled. She's extended. She's just too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. So in turn, she works up in the middle part of her spine. She's frail at the surface and more closed up at her base. The hog that's going to round out this group's the young man to the right. That hog's got a whole lot of muscle, but it's in a rounder type of way, a bunchier type of way. It doesn't look maternal enough. And in motion, she also gets too tight. She gets me just a bit terminal in her kind.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our second class of York breeding gilts. Fourth place goes to Hayden Warndell, Navarro FFA. Third place goes to Case Kelso, DeBrun 4H. Second place goes to Sterling Barbie, Marion FFA. And first place, your class winner, goes to Weston Warndell, Navarro FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeder bump check will be going to Sterling Barbie. The pig was purchased from Daggy Show Pigs. Congratulations. Now we'll be judging for our champion, York Gilt.
Both of these class winners, I might never question if there's enough to them, if they're good enough bodied, if they're sound or square enough. There is one out here that's quite a bit better looking and just more eye-appealing from the side. Young lady to our right, it's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Ava Harbeth. Marion FFA will now be judging for our reserve.
You bring second behind the champion, and I think these two hogs that are left out, it's maturity pattern, just body type, are very similar as far as their length of body. I think they're both wide, opened up, and good rid. But then you compare them in those regards. I think there's one that's got more to them. I think there is a hog that of these two is ESTs in width, rib shape, and muscularity. That first class to me I thought was very good. I'm going to keep those two together. Young lady will be reserved.
And your reserve champion also goes to Ava Harbeth, the Marion FFA. Congratulations. Coming into the arena now will be our first class of crossbred gilts. These gilts are faired between July 2nd and July the 20th. We will have 9 head in this class.
we get our crossbreds kicked off, and I'm going to do something that I don't do very often, but I do think we have an animal out here that's very unique. She's not perfect, but she's very unique. The young man right here in front of me has been our class winner. But I will tell you, man, we got to get that one slowed down if we want any chance in the end. You can't drive the wheels off her like you did. Coming out of the gate, that one's presence, her balance, proportionality, and her stoutness is very good. Her hip needs to be longer so she can come out here and drive longer and stay looser. But that one's quality, I think, is undeniably the highest quality out here. That's why I'm still going to stick with her. Now, if we want to go basic, we want to keep them sounder and more functional, which I've preached that all day. And I'm not saying that isn't still important to me in this class, but I do think my job is to use the highest quality show pigs. That's what we have in first. We got a more basic one here in second. That is sounder. She is looser and more correct in just how she gets out and goes and uses her rear skeleton. But at the same time, she's crestier at the top of her neck. She's still more closed in coming at you. She's more general in her shape up high. Her hip and hind leg works better, but it's still rounder there in the shape out of her hip. The hoe that's going to come in third, that's a gilt that is also very basic and broody, but I think she's even plainer ahead of her blade. She's a little looser there in her ear set. She two's a little bit rounder out of her hip. It throws her look off just a bit from the side. The belted gilt that's going to come in fourth, that hog is sound. She's comfortable. She gets too dry through the lower part of her body. She gets too flat and shallow down there through the lower part of her cage. The calico gilt is going to come in next. It's big in her kind. She's extended. She's got set to her rear leg, but she wants to plant outside of herself. Coming at you, she's closed up in her chest, and she's too straight in her blade. And the hog that's going to round out this particular group is good bodied. She's very fresh in her appearance. A young lady's got her skin and hair right. She's just too fragile at the surface in terms of her feet and legs. I think she's a smaller gilt, probably too small for my liking. I want to make her bigger and more extended, and I think we can make her better from a structural standpoint by squaring her up going away.
Thank you, Judge. Our results in our first class of crossbred breeding gilts. In eighth place, we have Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. In seventh place, I have Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. Sixth place, Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. Fifth place, Jace Kurz, Lifegate 4-H. Fourth place, Cass Pape, Marion FFA. Third place, Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. Second place, Madison Bird, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Chase Cullen, Marion FFA.
He's got the swap. One pink blind breeder, empty home. Chase Cologne.
And Chase's pig will also receive, or Chase will receive, I should say, the Seguin Swine Breeder's bump check, and the breeder was Empty Heart Livestock. Thank you.
We'll have Heath policy.
Currently in the ring, we have our second class of crossbred gilts. These gilts have been faired from July the 28th to September 1. We have 6 head entered.
Is there one in the
Again, we bring out a class of crossbreds that I think has a ton of quality. There's not a perfect one out here. I'm not trying to say that by any means, but I think combination of things. And as I take a step back and break them down piece for piece, the young lady's Gilt to the left combines the most good. And that being, I don't think there's any arguing of the three that are out here driving or any of all the ones in this class. That one's the biggest skull, the biggest in her form and blade, the size there to her rear leg. So she's undoubtedly, in my opinion, the biggest featured. And then as you ask the drive to continue to go with these top three, she definitely stays looser than what the Hog there in third does. And then I think just in terms of her maturity pattern, her type and kind, she's trimmer, she's bigger and more extended to the front third of her body. I don't, and I want to be very clear about that, I don't think she's the epitome of attractive and extended through her front end. It's her maturity pattern and extra size that I prefer comparative to the Hog in second. The Gilt in second, I'm not here to tell you how big our Hogs need to be, but I do think we're at a point in the industry where, that is the question. Are we big enough? Do they grow enough? Whatever that may be, that one to me today reads a little smaller kind comparative to our class winner, but specifically compared to the Hog in third, studying her rear joint, or her lower joints, she's better in the set to her hind leg. She grabs the shavings and plants and pushes with more authority and comfort than the Hog in third does as we ask them to continue to drive. I love the balanced proportionality of the Hog that comes in third. She's got a great shape up high and power going away. When you watch the Hogs drive directly away, she'll want to pull her hock in ever so slightly from the side driving. She hinges tighter out of her hip and takes a shorter and quicker step comparative to both Hogs in first and second. The Hog that's going to come in fourth, I like that one from her blade forward. She's opened up, great rib, proportional. Watch her go directly away. She wants to plant him too far outside of her framework. The belted Hog here and next, that one's got a good flexibility there at the surface. She doesn't lack muscle there when you get on top of her, but from the side, she's lower fronted, crest to her neck, round her out of her hip. It makes her plainer, more general in her look. And then the blue hilt that's going to round out this class is another flexible, stout one. I think she's entirely too jammed up, short-bodied. I just want to lengthen her out and make her more attractive in her kind, make her bigger scaled and later maturing.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our last class of cross gilts. In sixth place, we have Breland Dodd, Clemens FFA. Fifth place, Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. Fourth place, we have Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4H. Third place, we have Chase Collin, Marion FFA. In second place, we have Braden Forts, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check will be given to Chase Cullen. His breeder was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. We're now judging for our champion crossbred.
You bring both of these class winners out here, and I think the best way to describe them is unique and out there. To talk about the young man's white hog, I just love how that one can read so stout in her skull or form and blade, but then still blend everything together so smooth, and does that better, specifically compared to the other class winner as well. Her body shape reads square and fresh. Her back is good. Her thickness going away is good. We use her in that class because she's the most unique. I'm not oblivious to where she needs to be better. Her hip's a little short. In return, she's tight and quicker to her step off her back too. But I think she's got pieces that are hard to put together. The Gilt that wins the last class, that is so stout. She's still squared, very, very sound when you ask dogs to get out and go. The one place that I do want to fix her is what I talked about comparative to the other class winner. I think we could just blend her neck, her blade, and into her full rib that much smoother. But when you compare both of these hogs, they're similar in their stoutness, they're similar in their proportionality. There's one that stays looser. That's the young lady out of the last class. She'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H, our champion crossbred gilt, will now judge for reserve champion.
You bring second behind her champion, I don't think it's hard to tell the differences and the advantages of her. She is better and looser and more correct in how she uses her hip and hind leg. She needs to be neater looking. I already said she needs to be bigger in her kind. So you have to ask yourself, or I have to ask myself, do I want to look past or look ahead of her blade and go back to just using the more functional one, or allow myself to use those extra pieces? I'm appreciative of those pieces of the young man's hog in the first class. I talked about them plenty, but I got to go back to the basics and use the better structure, more functional one. Young man will be reserved.
Our reserve champion crossbred goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Give us a few minutes. We're going to bring out our champions and reserve champions, and we'll have our grand champion Gilt drive. Chuck, we need 10 of them.
And 9 reserves because there's only one pinch. I thought about that. Start reading.
Exhibitors, when we get, are we going to bring the reserves right here?
Yeah, bring them up. Bring up your reserves.
Please bring up your reserve pigs, please. Exhibitors, I'm going to call you by your breed. If you'll come out, the champions, will you come out? And then if you're reserve, I'll announce your name. You'll be in this holding area and just wave at the crowd and so acknowledge yourself too. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get going here. Our champion, Burke, goes to Braden Forts of Marion FFA. Reserve goes to Justine Covarrubias of the Navarro FFA. Our champion, Chester, goes to Cameron Mauricio. Reserve is Holly Kaiser. Our champion, Duroc, goes to Elena Pena of the Steel FFA. Our reserve, Duroc, goes to Hayden Pompa of the Clemens FFA. Our champion, Hampshire, goes to Layla Franklin, Seguin FFA. Our champion, Hereford, goes to Abigail Pollock, as well as reserve champion, Abigail Pollock of the Navarro FFA. Our champion, Landrace, goes to Noah Richter of Steel FFA. Excuse me, I'm wrong. I'm right, okay. Reserve goes to Landrace Weston, Navarro FFA. Weston Warndell, excuse me. What did I say that? Hello. Okay. Been a long night. All right. Our champion, Poland, goes to Braden Forts of the Marion FFA. Our reserve goes to Alea Gonzalez, de Berlin 4-H. Our champion spot goes to Chase Collin, Marion FFA. Our reserve goes to Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. Our Yorkshire champion goes to Ava Harbeth, Marion FFA. The reserve champion, York, goes to Ava Harbeth, Marion FFA. Our champion cross is Haley Kaiser of New Berlin 4-H. And Braden Forts has reserve champion cross. That'll be your champion drive. Congratulations to all of y'all. Give them a round of applause, please. While the judge is out here making a decision, I want to thank and give a little acknowledgement to the Seguin swine breeders. There's a group of breeders here within this county and adjoining counties that make up the nucleus of this organization. Every year they participate and give $100 for as long as I can remember to the class-winning animal that is purchased from these breeders. And it's quite a number of them if you look at the sheets that we have up here. But let me tell you the breeders that are involved. It's Real Hog Farms. We have Kelso Genetics, Marshall Stry, Robert Hebner, Daggy Show Pigs, St. Hedwig Feeds, Phi Show Pigs, Alderson Farms, 4L Show Pigs, Schultz Show Pigs, Empty Heart Livestock, Corcoran Genetics, Bubba Eckert, Beck Show Pigs, James Langemeyer, and Ryan Colterman. Let's give these guys a hand. They do a great job raising fine animals that not only do well here in this county, but go on to be major competitors as well.
Before I say anything else, I again want to thank y'all very much for allowing me to come through and start the day off classifying for tomorrow, and then now getting to judge your breeding gilts another time and working through your young people. I thank y'all very much for the opportunity, and I thank everybody that made this show possible. If we could, let's put our hands together for the whole crew and committee out here for the Breeding Gilt Show. I'll keep it as quick and short as possible. I want to thank parents, ag teachers, and extension agents for giving this opportunity for young people. It's obviously something I'm a big believer in, raising your kids in it. There's so much to learn and such a great tool. So I thank y'all for giving them that opportunity. And then for the young people, the best message that I feel I can give to y'all is at the core of every success story is hard work. If you want it, you got to make it happen. Put your head down and work harder than anyone else around you, and you'll see all that coming to fruition. The hogs in front of me, I think, are good. There's a lot of differences amongst each one of the breeds. I don't know if it's the weather that's got everything acting up, but I do think we bring these champions back out here, and we have a tremendous amount of quality. I won't say that there's one out here that just fell together and maybe just puts all the totals, but I do think there's one out here that's the best combination of power and function with still a maternal look there from the side. Put your hands together for each one of these exhibitors one more time. I'll go shake the hand of your champion.
Your grand champion Duroc Breeding Guild and grand champion overall belongs to Elena Pena, Steel FFA. Congratulations, Elena. We'll now judge for our reserve Grand Guild.
it gets even closer, in my opinion, out here for reserve. I think there's a lot of them that are in the mix. You talk about in no particular order. The Yorkshire Gilt, unfortunately, comes out here and does not want to cooperate from the drive. I think for a Yorkshire to still have that much look, presence, and cleanness there ahead of her blade is very unique. And she's still wide, great rib, muscular, and basic and square in her build. I just do think she needs to come out here and prove that her skeleton's loose enough and correct enough amongst the other champions. The second, reserve Duroc, I like that one's basic build and just how she gets out and goes and is so comfortable. She's maternal her look. There's just too much below her jaw for me to say she's the second best. The crossbred, there's no arguing, and rightfully so, and you'd expect that one's the stoutest. That one's the burliest in her skull, her forearm, and blade. She's still square and sound when she gets out and goes. Does she blend those things to the front third of her body quite good enough? That's the question, but there's no arguing that she's very elite from a stoutness standpoint. The Berkshire, I like that one's balance, proportionality, smooth and correct in her muscle pattern, square in her build. I do think when you bring her back out here compared to some of the other champions, she is just a bit quicker and tighter in how she uses her rear skeleton. Her blades maybe push on her body a bit forward as well. So with that said, I think there's a lot of differences. I think it's close, but I do think the most unique one that remains out here that's the most out there is going to be young lady's crossbred. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion breeding gilt goes to Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. All right, everybody, we'll see you all back here tomorrow morning. 8:30 starts the market show. You exhibitors, you got to be here earlier than that, of course. I want to thank our judge again, Mr. Schramm. Clayton did a great job, I thought, and we really enjoyed having him down here again. That's a wrap. Thank you.